from Whitesboro, Texas. She is the managing partner of Circle Bar W. Bores. In 2003, she and her husband Lynn, who unfortunately passed away in 15, along with their two sons, Ken and Jason, transitioned from registered quarter horses and Angus cattle to our beloved Boer goat industry. Starting with only 2 does and a buck, they grew their herd, and in 2009, they were honored to exhibit the national champion senior buck class at the national show with the buck known as Teflon. Along with the show trait, along with shows, Linda has met and made many friends and enjoys mentoring dozens of JABGA kids that have gone on to college and have families themselves. Linda was honored to serve as a director for Region 7 and oversaw the production of 2 national shows. After she passed judging school, she has judged across the United States and still has a few states left to visit. She has a passion for the breed and considers it an honor to have the opportunity to judge across the country and meet new people and see some amazing animals. The thorn among her 2 roses today, Mr. Josh Steffens from Elkland, Missouri. He and his wife and 3 children own and operate Hidden Spring Farms. Josh has been a certified ABGA judge since 2014 and is judged at every competitive level, including multiple ABGA and JABGA national shows. Borgo America, let's put our hands together and can thank our 3 judges for stepping forward under your selection to judge your national show this year. I don't have any judging feet. Is that one of them? Let's, yeah, the class 5 is it. In the ring at this time, we have Class 5, your junior full-blood bucks, 0 to 3 months. 0 to 3 months. Once again, as we begin our open show today, we want to thank our sponsors for the day. Purple Vision, Sullivan Supply, Showcoat Solutions, Purina Feeds, and TD Wall. We thank you guys for your support of the ABGA National Show. Likewise, those of you guys who still might be a little interested in something here for lunch, we encourage you to visit with the vendors in the back. Support them for supporting the ABGA National Show this year. Check one, check one. Let's put our hands together and thank those folks on the rail as they go back to the barn. We appreciate your support of the ABGA National Show. Just a heads up for you guys, the educational seminar about the I Compete questioning will be in meeting room W1. W1. So if you want to attend that educational seminar, it's in W1, which is in the first hallway, kind of between the two bleachers over there. Always a pleasure here at the National Boar Goat Show to have international representatives with us. This morning we had the Puerto Rican contingency. This afternoon we've got our friends from Mexico south of the border with us. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank them for coming and being part of the ABGA National.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the ABGA. Linda here. I want to say thank you very much for my colleagues and ourselves. It's a real privilege to be out here. And we're going to kick off this buck show today with what the three of us certainly took and considered to be a buck's buck. When you take and you look at this young man, he has not only the head, look how clean he is in that front end, how powerful he is in that neck. From point of shoulder to point of shoulder, he's got a top line that's just really gorgeous. He's got that depth in that center third. He's got some muscling in that back, and he is stacked out on all four corners. Just a really strong-footed, strong-bowed individual. Our second place animal, whenever you take and you look at him, we think that he most definitely takes and fills this slot extremely well. When you take and you look at him, there's just a minute a bit of difference between the two. There's a little more power in our first place buck, but this one also has the head, has the presentation. When you take and you watch him walk, he's powerful in his stride. He's got the length. He's really nice and deep in that center third. Just a really cool individual. Both of these animals are just gorgeous. Our third place animal, when you take and you look at him, again, you take and you see some real energy here. Would like to take and make him just a little cleaner maybe in that front end, give him a tick bit more bone to take and pull him any higher today. But the levelness in that top, the deep in that center third, these animals need to take and produce meat, and you're looking at it in all of these. Our fourth place animal, when you take and you look at him, again, I would love to take and add some bone to this individual, maybe add a little more hip to him, level across that top, really extended in that neck, just needs just a tad bit more power today to take and go any higher. My next animal, when you take and you look at him, love the length that this boy's got. Good bone circumference, good foot size. I would love to take and make him just a little more level in that top. He slinks just a tad in that center third, but really a pretty individual, especially on the side. This little paint buck here, when you take and you look at him, he is gorgeous. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. What his problem is, and all three of us agreed on this, is he needs to be just about this much wider, just a little bit longer. Level across that top. He's got the muscling, he's got the bone, he's got the look all the way around. Just a cool individual. Just needs to be longer. Okay. Again, when you take and you look at the next young man or young lady here, when you take and you look at him, I would like to take and see him just a little more curve in that muscling in that back. Love how level he is across that top. Maybe a little more power underneath. Really pretty extension, really good headed. Going to make a good buck down the road. Our next little buck here is just a baby. We're getting into the really young, really green stuff, and this is what he is. Whenever you take and you look at him, just want to take and add some more power, some more roundness to him. I'd like to see a little more spring of rib. Beautiful on the profile, just like take and level him out just a little bit more. And again, like I said, we're looking at our much greener stuff down here at the end. This little boy, he's got the bone circumference, he's got the foot size, he's got the neck extension. He just needs a little more time right now. He was up against some very powerful, powerful individuals. We round out the class with this black buck here. Whenever you take and you look at him, would just like to take and make him just a tad bit more structurally correct all the way around. Make him, he takes and breaks right behind his shoulders in the back, but still a cool individual taken in this class. I don't find it.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 5. Those were the 0 to 3 bucks. The 0 to 3 bucks. The next class in the ring will be Class 6. Junior full blood bucks, 3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months. We're looking for 30 entries. 30 entries in Class 6. Results of Class 5, your 0 to 3 bucks. Winning the class, your national class winner, entry 1032, BMAC Power Drive, shown by BMAC Farms. Second in the class, your reserve national class winner, BUM3 Bumgarner's Tomcat, shown by Carson Bumgarner. Third in the drive goes to entry 1040 R4H Boomerang, shown by Jose Arias. Fourth in the class goes to Lizzie Hefner. Fifth in the drive. Fifth goes to Denise Crabtree Roy Rosenberger. Sixth in the class goes to Eden Bassford. Seventh in the drive to Cameron White. Eighth in the class goes to Tina Burnett. Ninth in the drive goes to Tanglewood Borgoats. 10th in the class goes to Emily Harden. Congratulations to our exhibitors in the Class 5, 0 to 3. Again, class in the ring, Class 6, Junior Full Blood Bucks, 3 to 6 months. We thank those exhibitors along ringside. Thank you for participating in this year's National ABGA Buck Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here with you today for the 2025 ABGA National Show. Excited to be here in the ring, evaluating the animals, and looking forward to a great time while we're here. Here in our second class of full-blood bucks, we're going to start out with the young man's traditional buck. As these animals came into the ring, you know, certain ones set themselves apart for various reasons, and this one definitely did that from the get-go. An individual that just outpowers everything in the class in terms of his breed character, his length of spine, and his natural width and natural substance. An individual that's still soft and clean and true in his visual appeal. An individual that is just massive in his forearm, massive in terms of his top shape and his dimension. And when you get in behind him, an individual that just excels the group in terms of width of stifle, width of hip, and just freedom and his motion. An individual that moves freely, he's flexible, and what we see in that is longevity in his skeletal design, and we just really appreciate that in this individual. Love the breed character about him. That's a buck that we could talk about good things all day. The individual that follows him, we've got a pair of bucks in second and third, bucks that are similar in their overall design and makeup and in their frame scale. But second place is a buck that you absolutely have to appreciate for the amount of sheer muscle that he's got. There's nothing else in here that when you put your hands on him is any thicker than this guy right here. We love the masculinity that he has compared to our first place individual. We get just a little more compact than the buck that's standing directly ahead of him. The two that here in second and third really fit that mold. Individuals that we love their stoutness, we love their width of skeleton, we love the muscle that they have. We would just like to expand them to compete against that individual standing ahead of them. Absolutely love the hip on this guy as he moves away from you. That depth of twist and the power that he carries in that rear stride is just phenomenal. Individual that moves into third place. One that, while a similar frame size and similar design to the individual above him, comes in a bit softer package. One that's just not quite as mature in his muscle type and design today compared to our first two individuals. And as we read him and we get our hands on him, one that we think is ultra correct in his skeletal design, but one that just doesn't have that depth of twist compared to our first two, and isn't quite as masculine overall. He's just a little bit more refined about that front end, about his head, about his neck, and some of those breed character points. We'd just like to see a little bit more masculinity about him to move him ahead of those two individuals that stand above, but still phenomenal bucks. This top three, as we moved them into the ring, individuals that stuck out in our mind as the ones going to the top, without any doubt, individuals extremely high class. Gentleman's Dapple buck that moves in here to fourth place, an individual that's incredibly long-sided and up-fronted, and we really appreciate that about him. As we compare him to the bucks that stand above him, he gets a little more refined overall. He doesn't carry quite the bone circumference. He doesn't carry quite the rear leg. As we move into that rear leg, he's a little lighter in that lower stifle. I love the top line. I love the level top line. He's still a masculine individual. I think this is one that just needs some more maturity for his frame and his balance, one that just needs a little bit more maturity to move over those bucks that stand above him, but one that certainly has quality and future, and we love the athleticism that he has, absolutely, bar none. Individual that follows him, traditional buck, one that we love the substance and the mass that he carries. A buck that's deep-hearted, he's deep-chested, he's got a deep flank, he's got plenty of muscle in behind. He just starts to get a little more jammed up, a little more compact than some of the ones that stand above him. And as we look at him, he wants to roll down on that shoulder just a little bit. He's a little higher at that hip, whichever way you prefer to term it. But an individual that, in terms of his feet and his legs, we find very correct. We find that he has plenty of width about him, just a buck that we want to stretch out and pick up a little bit. Individual that follows him, gentleman's buck that sort of catches your eye as we moved about the ring from a profile design, one that I think again is one that just needs some time to mature. We've got a buck that deepens down into that flank. He's got plenty of natural width over his top. He just needs to fill it out a little bit. For this one, we'd like to see him a little bit wider in that front end, and again, I think some of that's going to come with maturity. A buck that you can see and you can appreciate the correctness through that hawk as he moves away from us. A buck that has some flexibility, has some move and some stretch about him, and again lends to the longevity of that skeletal design, which we appreciate. Gentleman's buck that follows, one that when we turned him loose, kind of caught our eye as far as his extension and his reach again on this one. As we moved him about, definitely loved the level top line, the forearm. He's got plenty of bone about him. He just gives up a little bit of muscle compared to the bucks that stand above him. Our paint buck, belted buck that follows him. One that when we evaluate him in terms of his body type and design, we love the levelness that he has in his top line. Whichever one. There we go. The levelness that he has in his top line, an individual that has some decent head shape about him. We would just like to correct his leg structure off of both ends just a tad. Front tends to toe out, and he gets a little bit more set to his hock and his stifle than what we'd really like to see in here today. And again, as we've talked about some of the bucks ahead of him, in this maturity stage, a lot of that can change in the next 90 days for sure. And when you come in here and you make this cut and you're up here in the top end of this set of bucks, every one of them is high quality. Young lady's buck that follows, we absolutely love the width of chest that he has. We love the expression that he carries over that top. One that just gets a little more refined for us. We'd like to see him more masculine. He's not carrying quite the wrinkle, quite the masculine design that we'd really like to see to move him any higher. We like him in terms of his body type. We like him in terms of his leg set. We'd just like to see him more masculine. And the young lady's paint buck that's going to round out our set here in this class, an individual that we like him as a square made buck, one that has some width off of both ends, but another one that we want to stretch out. And as we evaluate him, he becomes a little bit straighter in that stifle. We love the depth of body, the roundness of rib that he has. Just like to move him differently off of that rear end to move him any higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Steffens. In the makeup ring, we're ready for Class 7. Class 7 junior full-blood bucks, 3 to 6 months. Results of Class 6 junior full-blood bucks, the initial cut, 3 to 6 months. Your class winner, entry 1076, JDHN Public Disturbance, shown by Jackson Harmon. Your reserve in the class, 1077, Maddie TRV Oklahoma, shown by Trevor and Maddie Clemens. Third in the drive. Third goes to entry 1056, CNWT Newton Boars Hellbound, shown by Clayton Newton. Fourth in the class goes to Kendry Vargas. Fifth to Scarlett Creasel. Fifth in the drive goes to, sixth in the drive. Sixth in the drive to Drew Pontius. Seventh to Jacob Vargas. Eighth in the class to Carter Lorch. Ninth also to Drew Pontius. And 10th in the drive, Levi Domes. At this time, we have Class 7. Class 7, your second cut, 3 to 6 months, 3 to 6 month old bucks. The full blood division, obviously entering the ring. Once again, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank our sponsors for the show this week. Purple Vision, we thank them so much for their support of the program. Sullivan Show Supply is always a sponsor of our national show. Show Goat Solutions, we thank them for their support. Purina Feeds, obviously a huge supporter. And then TD Wall, we thank each of them for their support of the American Boar Goat Association National Show. Another huge part of our national show the last several years. Miss Pearl Walthall with Pearl's Picks. We appreciate Pearl's support and the phenomenal professional job she does capturing those special images of your national show each year. Thank you, Pearl, and thank you, your crew, for what you guys do. Congratulations to those along ringside. We thank you for taking part in this year's national show.
Good afternoon. Again, thank you for having us. So this is a lot of fun sorting through animals. Sorting through the animals today with Josh and Linda. It is definitely an honor to be here. They're going to check tattoos and then we'll start talking goats. We'll start off with this powerful little guy we have standing in the front today. When we let him loose and really watched him track away from us and come to us, he was the widest based animal we had in the class. When you get behind him and look at that twist, he is the longest, deepest twist in the class. There are not a lot of holes in this guy. When you look at that top line, he's nice and broad. He's got some thickness to him, could be a little bit more depth of body to him. But if we're getting critical on a buck, that's the only hole you're going to find in him. Congratulations. Great job. We'll jump back to your second place animal standing behind. And I'm telling you, when we let this guy loose in the pen, he was a powerhouse. He would land, he would run, and when he did, he stopped on a dime. That means he is square on all four corners. He was our second longest twist for the class. We talk about the twist because twist means fertility in the buck. When you look at him, beautiful depth of body, and look at that rugged head he's got on him. Really a nice, well put together animal. Congratulations. When you jump back to your third place, the biggest animal we had in the class. However, when we got back to that twist, he was the shortest twist. We'd like to rearrange those back legs a little, make him a little bit wider in that front, and pull those front legs behind him. He's got plenty of depth to him. He's got a good spine length to him, a good loin, and a really nice, massive head. When you jump back to your animal standing behind, probably one of the youngest of the class. But look how square he stands. And when we talk about square, we talk about on all four corners. He's got good depth of body, beautiful head on this guy, a lot of width within those eyes, and it just rolls on back. Congratulations. When you get back to your animal standing behind him, look at the ground width that he does carry in the arena today. He's got some length in that neck. When he comes in, he's a little bit shorter spine than the animal standing in front of him today and a little bit more tubular. That's actually what put him in his spot that he's in. When you get to the little black spotted buck, you know, we really appreciated this little guy. He's young. He came in. We'd like to make him a little bit wider in that back to match with that front. But look at the levelness that he does carry within the arena and a lot of depth to him. When you jump back to your little red buck standing behind, what a massive buck on the ground when you look at the ground width, front to back. Good depth of body. We'd like to see a little bit more spring of rib on this guy, but he's got a lot to work with. He goes up a little bit higher than that hip, but he definitely has a lot for a herd sire for you to put in your farm. When you jump back to the one standing behind, this guy just comes in green for me. He's got some ground width to him, but he just comes in green, comes in, kind of needs a little bit more maturity for the class. When you jump behind him to the guy standing, very robust buck. Look at the bone he carries, front to back. But we'd like to see a little bit more spring of rib to him and level him out just a tad bit within that top line. When you jump back to your little paint buck, black and white paint buck in the back, you've got a guy that just doesn't have a lot of leg to him, a little bit shorter to the ground, gets a little pinch behind those shoulders. When you see him move, you can see those shoulders rock. We'd like to see him a little bit more smooth in transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Carr. This time we need Class 8. Class 8 junior full blood bucks, 6 to 9 months. We need you in the makeup ring, prepared to enter the ring. Results of Class 7, your junior full blood bucks, the second cut, 3 to 6 months of age. Your national class winner, Maddie-TRV Vibe Check, shown by Trevor and Maddie Clemens. Your reserve in the class, W2A Farms Iron Man, shown by Audrey Poling. Third in the class. Third goes to GRD 2250, Just in Case, shown by Brianna Schum. Fourth goes to Miss Macy Elliott. Fifth in the drive. Fifth goes to Noah Teal. Sixth in the class goes to Kellen Knott. Seventh in the drive goes to Logan Fife. Eighth in the class Your eighth place goat shown by Knox Logan, ninth in the class. Ninth goes to Deborah and Ron Hunt. And your 10th place goat, Mr. Kane Nuring. Congratulations, guys. At this time, Class 8. Class 8 is entering the ring. This is your 6 to 9 month class. We are looking for 29 entries. just we cool. Thank those folks around ringside on the rail as they go back to the barn. We thank you for participating in this year's national show. Just a quick announcement for those folks assembling on the tables around ringside. We know those are wonderful seats, but unless you have been invited to sit at a particular table or you are the owner of that particular table, understand that those are premium seats that have been paid for. And so, unless you have the invitation or you're the owner of that seat, we need you guys to, unfortunately, to move and find a more desirable location. But we thank you for doing that.
pushing that button off. Well, we started this class. There is some massive animals out here, and whenever you take and look at these, we started the class with this belted animal right here. Whenever you take and you look at this individual, I mean, look at the head, the length in that neck, and that takes and travels right down that spine. Look at the depth. Although you've got this belt in the center, and has a tendency to take and throw your eye off sometimes. He's got the levelness, he's got the depth that we like. When you take and you turn him loose, he's smooth, he's flexible, he's certainly taken and wide in that chest floor, got a really nice depth of twist to him. The second place animal takes and comes along also. Whenever you take and you look at him, just a picture from the side. Is he as long as my first place buck? No, he's not, but he's got the width in that chest, he's got the width in that base floor, and whenever you take and you watch him, he takes and strides out. He's just really a flexible individual, deep in that twist, deep in that center, just doesn't have the overall length, and that's the difference between the first two. A third place animal, when you take and you look at him, just an awful lot of bulk right there whenever you take and you look at this boy. Look at that head. Look at that horn set. Bone circumference, foot size. Would I like to take and straighten him up a little bit on those back legs? Yes, I certainly would. Love how level he is across that top and how deep he is in that center third. My next animal, where you take and you look at this little boy right here, bone circumference, foot size, he's on the younger side, but still, this kid has some real power to him. Length in that neck, level across that top, really good and deep in that twist. Just a nice moving animal. Next place animal. Whenever you take and you look at him, the what catches your eye first is how nice and smooth he is. He's really just got that depth that you would like to take and see. Does he have the Springer rib that we want to take and see? Not quite as much. Not quite as much bone circumference that you take and find in the animals above him today. Next place animal, you look at this little paint bucket here, bone. I mean, from the ground up, he's got foot and bone all day long. Does he have the overall spring that we would take and like to see? Would like to take and just move him a little better off of that back end to take and move him up any higher today. The next place animal, again, a really up-headed individual. Love that. Love the look at that face. Love that front end on him. Doesn't have the overall length that you take and see. Again, I would take and like to make him just a little straighter and a little more flexible in that back end to take and move out just a little bit better. The next place animal, whenever you take and you look at this boy right here, again, you're taking and looking at younger animals. Love the extension that he's got in that neck. Love how long he is down that body. Really pretty and deep in that flank. Just got out powered today. Would like to take and, just make him just a little bit bigger for his age and size. The next place animal, whenever you take and you look at him, just a really pretty individual on the side. When you get up over the top of him, we don't have the Springer rib that we're looking for in our individuals. Got good bone, and he moves nicely, but just not the overall size and scale that you take and see in the animals above us. And our last place animal down here, he's got the size, he's got the scale, but whenever you get up over the top of him and you take and turn him loose, he's not quite as flexible in that front end. We've got a little bit of shoulder movement there, takes and gives just a little bit right behind those shoulders. Would like to take and add just a little bit of bone to him, but other than that, just a really nice animal to take and finish out this class.
Thank you, Judge West. Thank you, Judge West. At this time, we're ready for class number 9. Class number 9, your 9 to 12-month-old bucks. We are looking for 2 entries. 2 entries in the 9 to 12 class. Results of Class 8. Class 8 bucks 6 to 9 months. Winning your class, SCA 16 Chain Smoking, shown by Ava Sand. Second in the class. Second goes to 1 DRLA Driving 'em Wild, shown by Amber Schroeder. Third in the class. Third goes to 2, CCB on a Bender, shown by Josh Pilcher, 4th in the class. 4th goes to Olivia Rosemeyer. 5th in the drive. 5th in the class goes to Marie Anderson. 6th in the class to Kinsey Fisher. 7th in the class goes to Taylor Jones. 8th in the drive goes to Locust Haven Farm. 9th to Elite Showgoats. And 10th in the class to Paige Garrett. Immediately following Class 9, we will be choosing your champion and reserve national junior full-blood bucks. That completes our Class 9. Unfortunately, no qualifying entries in the drive. So at this time, back in the back, we need those first and seconds in your first four classes, class 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Or, excuse me, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8. We need those to be prepared to come in. Your junior division sponsor today is Triple W Genetics. We appreciate those folks with Triple W for supporting our National Open junior division today. Entering the ring at this time, your contestants qualifying to show for your national junior champion out of Class 5. Your class winner, entry 1032, BMAC Power Drive. Second in that class went to BUM3 Bumgarner's Tomcat, shown by Carson Bumgarner. Out of Class 6. Class 6, your national class winner, JDHN Public Disturbance, shown by Jackson Harmon. Second in the class to Maddie, TRV Oklahoma, shown by Trevor and Maddie Clemens. Out of class 7, your class winner, entry 1089, Maddie-TRV Vibe Check, shown by Trevor and Maddie Clemens. Second to W2A Farms Ironman, shown by Audrey Poling. And then out of class 8, your national class winner goes to SCA 16 Chain Smoking, shown by Ava Sand. And your reserve in that class went to 1 DRLA Driving 'em Wild, shown by Amber Schroeder. Let's give all these contestants a big round of applause. These are your national junior champion bucks. In the back there, guys, your next class will be junior pairs, junior pair of bucks.
I think we've got a little over half of our bucks in the junior division. I appreciate you letting us take the time to adequately evaluate them. Something that we talked about before we got into the ring is we want to make sure that everybody gets a solid look. And I think we've been able to do that here, certainly in our junior division. Have been some fantastic bucks in here. First of all, give our exhibitors a hand just for being here in the drive. When we evaluate these junior bucks, there are things that we like about each and every one of them, first line and second line equally. Individuals that meet our criteria, bucks that are structurally correct and sound, bucks that have masculinity, bucks that have some width and some volume, some capacity. You can't anchor a program on something that doesn't have the volume, the capacity, and bucks that have the muscle to back it up, and individuals with a little bit of design and presence as well. We are, after all, at a show. If you've heard us talk any at all, flexibility, structural correctness, feet and legs is very important to us, and we like a balanced individual. For us in this particular setup, there's one buck from the beginning as they came in the classes that we just liked exceptionally well. An individual that we find to be very correct in his overall skeletal design. An individual that comes to the ground clean out of his shoulder, still lays back enough in his scapula to be flexible off of that front end, and has enough stretch and reach off of the rear end to be flexible again. An individual that is incredibly wide at his stifle without being outside of his body cavity. An individual that brings us plenty of depth of body, plenty of width over the top of his skeleton. An individual that we just find phenomenal. That's going to be your buck out of the second class. Then as we evaluate for our reserve, there were 4 individuals that we discussed in our reserve position. Individuals that, again, met those criteria that we discussed about our champion individual. It's really fun to get out here and not only evaluate them in terms of just brass tacks structural design, but the maturity scale and pattern that they also bring to the ring, and you know what we kind of see as their future and as their drive in terms of a breeding program, and their drive in the industry, where they fit in the industry and what their purpose is, or where we think they fit really well. The individuals that we talked about out here, again, we're standing here on this first place lineup. Once we move to that second over, bucks again bring us plenty of muscle, plenty of design, plenty of correctness. We like the scale, we like the balance to each one of these individuals, and we see incredible future to all of them. For us, there's one individual that, especially when we get our hands on them, that just knocks it out of the park, and that's going to be your 0 to 3 buck. Congratulations.
Your congratulations go to your national champion, junior full-blood buck, entry 1076. 1076 is JDHN Public Disturbance, shown by Jackson Harmon. Your reserve national junior champion buck goes to entry 1032, BMAC Power Drive, shown by BMAC Farms. Congratulations to both those groups. Back in the back, we need the best pair of junior bucks. Best pair of junior bucks will be the next entry in the ring. Results of our best pair junior buck class. Your reserve national champion goes to Brandon LeConte, and your national champion best pair of junior bucks. Congratulations to Maddie and Trevor Clemens. As soon as we get photos, we'll be ready for the next class as we start into our yearling division. Looking for class 10, yearling but full blood bucks, 12 to 16 months. There will be 24 entries. As our 12 to 16s prepare to enter the ring, we do want to recognize the class sponsor for the 12 to 16 bucks, AgriParel. AgriParel, thank you for your support of this year's ABGA National Class in your full blood buck drive. AgriParel. While the judges are working on this class and as we start the yearling division, do want to give you a little heads up about a special activity tomorrow. Tomorrow, after the completion of the full blood female show, we will have the most admired event of the week. That's the old timer showmanship division. Let me explain to you how that's going to work. You can nominate someone to participate in that event. Will cost you $10. A person can be nominated up to 4 times. But if you don't want to show, you can pay $50 to buy your nomination back out. But then somebody might nominate you again, and there you go. You got to get back out again if you want to, up to 4 times. Or the daily special. For $100, you can be permanently exempt from showmanship tomorrow evening. Now you say, well, that's kind of crazy. Here's the deal. This is all a donation program that will be put into the Borgoat Nation Scholarship Fund to recognize and support our youth through that scholarship program. So be thinking about who you want to nominate. Find you $10. Make them show. That'll be tomorrow after the full blood female show. As the Bucks around ringside on the rail are excused, we thank them for their participation in this year's national show. Congratulations, guys. Just a heads up for you guys around ringside. Because of the length of the buck show, the Junior Awards Banquet tonight will not start until 15 minutes after the conclusion of the buck show. The awards program tonight will not start until 15 minutes after the buck show is concluded.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. Really nice group of animals. Start off with our first place buck standing in front of us. By far, this is the longest animal that we had in the class when you look from um, forearm to flank. When you look at the spine, when he turns around, deepest twist of the class, most powerful inner thigh, and look at that front end, how clean he comes out, and yet how masculine he is. This would definitely be our first place buck. Congratulations, young man. When you jump back to your second place buck, another buck, when we let him loose, you're talking about a buck that can end his stance on all four corners. He's there. Center of gravity, right in the middle. Wish we could pull him out just a tad bit to the buck in front of him. He's a little bit shorter in spine. That's what put him in second place. But you've got to love his horn set and his head. Congratulations. When you jump back to your buck standing behind him, a little bit longer buck, but he gave up just so what, so ever more in the rear end. We'd like to just make him a little bit wider in that rear end to make him compare to his front end. Beautiful head extension on this buck and really nice head. A lot of depth of body to him. When you jump back to your buck standing behind him, another buck comes in. Didn't quite carry as much bone, but for correctness, you can't hardly get around this buck. Look at the width he carries front to back. He's very balanced. He's just probably one of the younger ones of the class and just kind of got outpowered today. When you jump back to your buck standing behind him, the Cape buck, another buck that we really appreciated in the class. You're talking about a very square animal. He's a little bit short spine compared to the animals in front of him, but he's clean as he comes out of that front and a very balanced little buck. You've got to love that width between his eyes as it kind of rolls out throughout his body. When you get to your red buck standing in back, man, what a powerhouse. When we let him loose, we couldn't get over it. But we would just like to give him a little bit more design in the rear end, open him up just a tad bit in that hip to make him as wide in the back as he is in the front. Very powerful head and neck on him, and you got to love and appreciate the depth that he carries into the class today. When you jump back to the buck standing behind him, another really big, massive buck for the class. But when you look at him, look how wide he is in the front and how tight he wants to go in on that back. You want to widthen that hip out some, balancing him up. Beautiful, powerful chest and neck to him, lovely head, but we just want to open him up in that rear. When you get back to the buck standing behind him, another very powerful buck. When you look at that forearm he carries, but see how close he is in the back? You want to width him out in that rear. Put him on some does that are really wide in that back, and he will outproduce himself. Same for the two bucks in the back standing behind him. You've got to love them. But really, when they start tracking, both of them wanted to go in, and that was from about the buck in front of her on back to the class. You've got to love the head and neck and the width he carries in. We just like to see him a little bit wider in the back. Same for your little black-headed buck in the back.
Congratulations to our exhibitors. In Class 10, the yearling full-blood bucks, 12 to 16 months. Coming into the ring next will be Class 11, yearling full-blood bucks, 16 to 20 months. Timeout. Got a small restroom break. Timeout. While we're on break, let me give you the results of Class 10, our yearling full-blood bucks. That class sponsored by ABGA Apparel. Your national class winner, TKGBU Proof, shown by Kellen Knott. Your reserve in that class goes to entry 1162, Rosenberger Boers Diesel, shown by Denise Crabtree Roy Rosenberger. Third in the class goes to Deepon Taking Name, shown by Drew Pontius. Fourth in the class goes to BMAC Hurst, shown by BMAC Farms. Fifth goes to NF3 Newton Farm Chevy, shown by Macy Elliott. Sixth in the drive to DIEF Amorgia Whiskey Neat, shown by Natalie Scholl. Seventh in the class goes to Brody Miller. Eighth in the drive goes to Eliana Sand. Ninth to Trevor and Maddie Clemens, and 10th goes to Chrissy Baker. Congratulations to your top 10 In Class 10, yearling full-blood bucks 12 to 16 months. After the short break, we will be ready for Class 11. Class 11, yearling full-blood bucks 16 to 20 months. All right, guys, our judges are back. We're now ready for Class 11. Class 11, yearling full-blood bucks, 16 to 20 months. This class is sponsored by Jam Bam Boar Goats. We thank them for their support of class number 11, 16 to 20 month bucks. We are looking for 17 entries. 17 entries, class 11. Give them a nice round of applause for those still left on the rail. Judges will now finish up our 16 to 20 month class. We need those 20 to 24s in ringside. 20 to 24s ringside. Well, as our judges are finishing up our 16 to 20s, once again, we want to recognize our major sponsors for the show this week. Purple Vision, we thank them so much. Sullivan Show Supply, all they provide for our national show. Showcoat Solutions, Purina Feeds, and TD Wall. Thank those guys. Anytime you have the opportunity, tell them how much we appreciate their support of the ABGA National Show.
Now we're live. All right. Awesome class of yearling bucks here. We're going to start the class off with an individual that we really just couldn't fault out here. Out of this whole set of bucks, throughout the whole class, we love the mass. We love the masculinity that we see in this class of bucks. It is refreshing to see bold-made, masculine bucks back in the ring. I really appreciate that and commend our exhibitors for that. We're going to start this group, though, with one that we find to be very correct in his feet and his legs. He's a little bit more moderate framed than some of those others that we have behind him in this class, but he handles his feet and his legs with exceptional durability and correctness and quality. An individual that when you put your hands on him, he's plenty wide enough over the top portion of that skeleton and is mature enough in his muscle type and design to balance out the scale, the size and scale that he has. An individual that's still masculine for us. When you compare him to some of those that stand behind him in the ring, we can find a buck that's bigger boned. We can find a buck that's got more muscle to him. We can find a buck that's got, a bigger, stouter, more masculine front end, or more rugged looking front end. But this is the individual that we find to be without fault in this particular class. And in a breeding program and moving forward, and as I've mentioned before, if you're going to anchor a program, you've got to have a solid anchor, and we like him for that position. The buck that's going to follow him in second, our second and third place individuals, pardon me, suck in some shavings there. For this particular class, we love the muscle and the mass that both of these individuals have. We have the same issue with each of them, is we would like for them to travel better and with more natural width off of their rear legs. Individuals that we don't find, especially in our second place buck, to travel with as much natural width as our first place individual. I absolutely love the depth of body, the depth of side, just the natural sogginess of character that this buck has. When you talk about livestock and livestock production, an individual that brings that capacity and that doability in his frame build, and we really appreciate that about him. The buck that comes in third place, somewhat of a tighter made package of our second place individual, an individual that's got plenty of bone size to him, bone circumference about him. We love the muscle that he's got in him. When you put your hands on this buck, he is incredibly muscled, and we certainly appreciate that. We would just like him to move with a little more freedom, a little more flexibility, and a little more correctness off of those rear feet and legs to move him any higher in this particular set. Gentleman's buck that follows in fourth place, an individual that you have to appreciate the mass and scale that he brings to the ring today. An individual that's massive and masculine and rugged about his front end and great breed character, a beautiful Roman nose to him, a great horn set. A buck has plenty of quintessential shape about him, but when we get our hands on him, an individual that just doesn't power up overall. When you compare him in feel and his actual muscle to the individuals that stand ahead of him, he's just not quite there yet. An individual that we appreciate how correct he is from the ground up. We'd just like to see him a little bit more forward in terms of his actual muscularity when you get your hands on him compared to those that precede him in the class. So follow him. We've got just a powerhouse of an individual, one that's out on all four corners, maybe a little bit too far out on all four corners for us in this particular set. And an individual that you love the width that he carries over his top. One that for us though gets a little more compact. He's doesn't have quite the length of side, doesn't have quite the overall scale that the individuals do that stand above him. The buck that follows him, you talk about profile design. This is one we absolutely love in terms of his profile design. Big forearm, big footed, level topped, and an individual that's got plenty of breed character and masculinity about him. But when we evaluate him on the move, he becomes one of the narrowest bucks in the class compared to those that stand above him. You have to appreciate the design that he's got, especially from the profile aspect. I absolutely love that. We'd just like to give him a notch more natural width. Young ladies, caped buck that follows, one that we love the length of side, an individual that carries a tremendous amount of length and up-fronted, a buck that's got plenty of up-frontedness, and one that we really appreciate how smooth he transitions over the top of that shoulder and into the remainder of his top line. But for us today, we need him to move with more correctness off of those rear feet. He's wanting to get a little soft in his pasterns and a little straighter in his stifle for us. If we could remedy that, that's one that could move up pretty easily. Gentleman's buck that follows, one that we, again, really appreciate from a profile design, an individual that's got plenty of mass about him, but again, one that gets a little bit narrower throughout, a little flatter through his rib. He doesn't carry quite the same dimension through the center portion of his body as some of the bucks that do that stand above him. The young lady's red buck. You talk about one that is masculine. He's rugged, he's wrinkly, he's big-footed, and we love that about him. But one that when you evaluate him, you get your hands on him, he's given up some natural muscle. Same can be said for the buck that's going to round out this particular set for us. I love the length of side. In this set of yearling bucks, he's coming to us a little bit green. We'd like to push him forward in his maturity scale to move him any higher in this set.
This time, we're ready for Class 12, your final class in the yearling division. Yearling full blood bucks, 20 to 24 months. We are looking for 5 entries. 5 entries. Results of Class 11, yearling full blood bucks, 16 to 20 months. Class sponsored by Jam Bam Boar Goats. Your class winner and national class winner, TKGB King of Hearts, shown by Piper Fisher. We reserve in the class LHF5 Locust Haven Grand Torino, shown by Locust Haven Farm. Third in the class goes to Logan Fife. Fourth in the drive to Elite Showgoats. Fifth in the class goes to Trevor and Maddie Clemens. Sixth goes to 4 MK Borgoats. Seventh in the class, Colleen Pastula. Eighth goes to John Baird. Ninth to Gretchen Keene. And 10th in the class goes to Elite Showgoats. Immediately following Class 12, we will need all those first and second place yearling bucks back to show for your national champion yearling full blood buck. Today we want to recognize your Class 12, 20 to 24 month buck class sponsor. Goes to Herd Builder Pro. We thank Herd Builder Pro for their support of the ABGA National Buck Show.
Well, okay, there it is. Shut up, Josh. All right, we've only got 4 individuals out here, but I want you to take a look at the powerhouses that we have standing in this line. Look at this first boy right here. Whenever you take and you look at him from point of shoulder to point of shoulder, look how nice and square and wide he is, how wide he is in that base floor. Look at that head, the horn set, the massive neck that he's got on him, the power that you're looking at. He's deep in that center third. He's really wide up over that top, and that twist just goes down forever, and it goes all, the muscling on the inside of that leg goes all the way around to the stifle, and just one of the better tracking bucks that I have taken and seen today. Outstanding individual to take and be in this class. The second place animal, whenever you take and you look at him, again, you've got some real power in this individual. Every last one of them, bone circumference, foot size, got the depth in that center third, really nice and wide in that center. Would like to take and make him just a tad bit more level across that top. The third place animal, when you look at him, on profile, just an absolute picture. He's not happy with his placing. Okay, and I just level across that top. Look at the length that he's got. Does he have the overall depth that you take and you see in these first 2 animals? No, he doesn't quite as much. Not quite as much bone. Beautiful, clean front end, really good depth in that hip. Just a real nice individual all the way around. In my last place animal, when you take, again, look at the bone circumference, look at the foot size, look at the depth that you take and see in this center third. There's some real power back here in the back. Is he as structurally correct maybe as the animals above him? No, I would certainly like to take and add a little more hip to him. But again, to take and stand in this class, he's doing a good job.
Congrats. Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 12, 20 to 24 month bucks. This time we get the bucks reassembled in the back. We will be ready to show for your national champion yearling full-blood buck. Results of Class 12, class sponsored by Herd Builder Pro. Your national class winner, RMA2 Cruise Control, shown by John and Gail Parrish. Your reserve national class winner, JW13 Trump in Trouble, shown by Carly Joslin. Third in the drive goes to BMAC Chance, shown by BMAC Farms. Fourth in the drive goes to HCBGF of Valentine Vincent, shown by Claire Santillion. At this time, we're dropping in those class-winning bucks in our yearling division. Representing Class 10, bucks 12 to 16 months. Your class winner, TKGBF U-Proof, shown by Kellen Knott. Your reserve in that class, Rosenberger Boars Diesel, shown by Dennis Crabtree and Roy Rosenberger. Out of Class 11, your class winner goes to entry number 1187, TKGB King of Hearts, shown by Piper Fisher. Your reserve in that intermediate class goes to LHF5, Locust Haven Gran Torino, shown by Locust Haven Farm. And out of that 20 to 24 month class just completed, your national class winner, RMA2 Cruise Control, exhibited by John and Gail Parrish. And your reserve, JW13 Trump in Trouble, shown by Carly Joslin. Let's give all these exhibitors in our yearling division a big round of applause. Those are your national champion yearling candidates. Once again, as our judges confer, we want to recognize Triple W Genetics for being the sponsor of the yearling division in our full blood buck drive. Triple W Genetics, thank you for your support.
Let's put our hands together. Beautiful drive out here. We've talked these animals earlier in the class. When you look at the power and the balance, look at the width they're carrying, the ground width, front to back, the masculinity. With our breed standards, we talk about bucks. You want to see that masculine. You've got to have that side to go along with your does. And I think we've all three unanimously decided that there's one buck in here that just kind of rises to the top. You can't get around him. When you really watch him track away from you and chew you, he's very fluid in his movement. He's the widest top base that we have in the class today. And when you really start evaluating that deep twist and that inner thigh muscle, that guy in the back, you just cannot get around. Congratulations. Now, our reserve came in and it was a little bit harder. When you look at the power, when you look at the masculinity, when you look at who fits better with the buck that just left, well, it's going to be the buck in the middle. Congratulations.
Con- Congratulations to our yearling division champions. Your national champion, Yearling Buck, goes to entry 1196. RMA2 Cruise Control, exhibited by John and Gail Parrish. Congratulations to those folks. Your reserve national champion, Yearling Buck, TKGB King of Hearts, shown by Miss Piper Fisher. Congratulations to both those firms. Phenomenal set of yearling bucks. As soon as we get some photos, get things straightened out, we will be moving into the senior division. Senior division. All right, guys, here we go. Senior division. Senior division, class 13. Senior full blood bucks, 24 to 36 months. We are looking for 6 entries. 6 entries.
Exceptional start to our senior division here. The individual that's going to lead this class off with, man, when you're hot, you're hot. And this dude comes in with a big rear end to him, big stifle, big forearm, deep twisted, big across the top, deep centered. A buck that's got plenty of chest, plenty of depth about him, plenty of heart girth to him. One that carries that all the way throughout his skeletal design. One that is correct and good about his shoulder makeup, and still is not. You know, we a lot of times we talk about getting trendy or too clean, really clean fronted, and sometimes we can push that brisket and that breastplate back too far, and it compromises our capacity there in that heart girth. I appreciate the depth that this buck has there in that chest floor. An individual that's got ample breed character about him. Love the headpiece on this individual. One that's got a great horn set, long from hook to pin. That's a phenomenal individual. Congratulations. We move into our second place buck. An individual that, you know, equally as tall fronted as up fronted, and again, level topped, long sided, deep made, with plenty of natural depth of character. One that when we evaluate him compared to our class winner, gives up just a notch of actual muscling compared to that class winner. But you talk about two phenomenal bucks, and especially to be held together in this 2-year-old class and still be fresh and still be real, we really, really appreciate that. Phenomenal individuals. We move into our third place buck, and a dappled paint individual, one that when you evaluate him, we appreciate the width of skeleton that he has throughout, but in comparison to the two that stand above him, just flat out doesn't have the muscle that those two bucks have that are carrying in this class today. An individual that's structurally correct and made well, just doesn't power up. The individual that follows him in this class, rugged, masculine, type of buck. We appreciate the wrinkle. We appreciate the manly look that he has. We love the beard. An individual that's got plenty of levelness atop to him, but again, he gets too narrow throughout and just doesn't have the overall muscle to move any higher in this particular set. Same could be said for the individual that's going to round out our 2-year-old class, a buck that's plenty long-sided, but he just doesn't have the bone work or the width or muscle to move any higher today.
Congratulations to our winners in Class 13, Senior Full-Blood Bucks, 24 to 36 months. Entering the ring, next class, Class 14, our final class of the Full-Blood Buck Show today, 36-plus months. We are looking for 3 entries. Results, Class 13, Senior Full-Blood Bucks, 24 to 36 months. Your national class winner, Windy Acres Terrain Station, shown by Wyatt Stevens. Your reserve goes to 2M Boar Goats, 2M Sticks, shown by Casey Marie O'Connell. Third in the class went to H2F Banksy, shown by Emily Harden. Fourth to SH903 Legendary Powertrain, shown by Elizabeth Reed. And fifth goes to R4H Tanian, shown by Kristen Marr. Immediately following this class, we will need the Class 13 first and second place bucks back to the ring to select your national champion, senior and reserve senior full-blood bucks.
Well, with this being the last class of the day, we have three absolutely huge individuals. We started the class with a buck that we thought, without a doubt, probably had the most power that we've seen in a long time. When you take and you look at him, look at that, the character, the breed character that he has in that head and that horn set. Look how masculine and massive he is in that neck, how smooth he takes and transitions into that front end, how wide he is from point of shoulder to point of shoulder, level down that back, really deep, deep, deep in that twist, deep in that center third, deep in that flank, squares up off of all four corners, squares up, stacks out, just some real power in this individual. Our second place animal, I think, takes and comes right along in this very same way. When you take and you look at him, again, there's power in that head, in that neck, level down that top, deep in that center third. Could I take and clean him up just a tad bit in that front end, maybe give him a little more overall bone circumference and foot size? Yes, I certainly would like to do that. But again, he's got the power where he needs it, and that's the important part. Our last place animal here, bless his heart, he was up against some really powerful, powerful individuals. Does he have the center third that you take and you see in my first two? Would I like to take and level him out across that top? Yes, I certainly would. Give him some more power in that back end, maybe make him wider in that chest floor. But again, another powerful, powerful individual to take and stand in the class with the two ahead of him.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in the 36 plus class. Your national class winner, TKGB Troubleshooter, shown by Piper Fisher. Reserve national class winner, Bootjack Boers Bayhawk 72L, shown by Teresa Hurtgen. And your third place buck, LHF5 Locust Haven Pink Panther, shown by Locust Haven Farm. At this time, we will drop in your two class winners and reserves for the selection of your national champion senior full-blood buck. Out of class 13, your class winner, Windy Acres Train Station, owned by Wyatt Stevens. Second went to 2M Boar Goats 2M Sticks, shown by Casey Marie O'Connell. Your class winner out of, or national class winner out of class 14, TKGB Troubleshooter, shown by Piper Fisher. And your reserve, Bootjack Boers Bayhawk 72L, shown by Teresa Hurtgen. If you would, guys, put your hands together. Congratulate our contestants in this National Senior Champion Full Blood Buck Drive.
Let's put our hands together. We have some beautiful senior bucks in here. All three of us has talked about it. We've evaluated the animals standing in front of us today. But there's one that just rose to the top, a buck that carries a lot of ground width, probably the longest buck in the class from his spine to his rear. A buck that's massive in that front, beautiful bone, good structure. That's going to be your buck standing right here closest to me. Now, for your reserve buck, there's a buck in here that's powerful. This guy is a brute, back to front. And that's going to be your buck in the back. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our national champion senior full-blood bucks. Your national champion goes to Windy Acres Terrain Station, shown by Wyatt Stevens. Your reserve national senior champion buck, TKGB Troubleshooter, shown by Piper Fisher. Give them both a big round of applause, guys. Super Senior Division. All right, guys, here we go. The moment we've been waiting for all afternoon, the selection of your overall national champion full-blood buck. Representing the junior full-blood buck division, your national champion, JDHN Public Disturbance, shown by Jackson Harmon. Your reserve junior full-blood buck, BMAC Power Drive, shown by BMAC Farms. Out of your yearling division, your national champion, RMA2 Cruise Control, shown by John and Gail Parrish. Your reserve yearling national champion, TKGB King of Hearts, shown by Piper Fisher. Out of that just completed senior full-blood division, your national champion senior buck, Windy Acres Terrain Station, shown by Wyatt Stevens. And your reserve national champion senior buck, TKGB Troubleshooter, shown by Piper Fisher. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors, guys. These are your national champions at this year's national show. We do want to make one announcement. All 6 bucks that stand in the ring, all 6 bucks at the conclusion of the show need to be taken to the turn loose pins for random testing. All 6 bucks. We're going to randomly test them. Again, well, it's going to randomly do different tests on them maybe. Again, as we get close to wrapping up today, we want to recognize once again those individuals, those sponsors who have made a way for the ABGA National Show to be put on today. Purple Vision, Sullivan Show Supply, Show Coat Solutions, Purina Feeds, and TD Wall. If you would, guys, put your hands together and thank our sponsors making a way to have this national show this year. And likewise, as our judges kind of wrap up the afternoon here, even though we still got the paraclass, we want to recognize our judges again, those three individuals that have stood out here all afternoon evaluating our bucks. I'd ask that you recognize Miss Kathy Davis Carr, Miss Linda West, and Mr. Josh Stevens. Give them a nice round of applause, guys. They've given you an honest opinion. Super set of bucks lined up for your national championship. Well, our judges have come to a conclusion, and Judge Stevens is going to talk your national champion, Full Blood Buck. One more time, guys. Give these judges a nice round of applause.
Unquestionably, this is one of the best buck drives we have seen for quite some time. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. When they started coming in, our commentary was, this is a buck drive, folks. Outstanding, phenomenal job, breeding, raising, getting them here, incredible. All right. I just this is the exciting part, especially as a judge, to be able to come out and to evaluate phenomenal quality animals that fit, that check all the boxes. Bucks that are functional, bucks that have breed character, bucks that are massive, bucks that are masculine, individuals that are great in terms of their movement and their motion. And again, when we speak of that, we speak of longevity in terms of their skeletal design and an individual being able to be out there breeding does and to live long enough for you to get decent kid crops out of him, to be able to determine the future direction of your program, and one that you can get many years of use out of. And then we pile on the style and the design and the cool and the fun parts. Build the barn before you paint it. Folks, I am excited for the bucks that we have standing here in the ring in our overall full-blood buck drive. We talked this drive a couple different ways amongst ourselves. Individuals that we just really like for certain reasons about each one of them. There was one buck that we just really didn't talk about a whole lot, and that's just because he landed at the top. He landed in our champion position, really without any question. I have great pleasure in announcing your 2025 ABGA National Champion buck as our junior individual.
And your national champion buck goes to the national junior champion, JDHN Public Disturbance, shown by Jackson Harmon. Congratulations, guys.
So then, as we move over our junior reserve into our lineup and into our discussion, and we again evaluate these individuals and these animals. Again, the structural integrity is phenomenal in these bucks. The masculinity and the muscle and the design, just absolutely love it about each one of these individuals. You look at them and you think, here's the strong point on this buck, and you can see the future and the direction of the program that he's going to work awesome in, and the changes that he's going to make for a program. And in each one of these three standing over here on this champion lineup for us today, in terms of longevity of skeletal design, in terms of muscularity, in terms of correctness and breed character, we like your senior.
And your reserve national champion goes to your national champion senior buck, Windy Acres Terrain Station, shown by Wyatt Stevens. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all these exhibitors in your national champion full blood buck drive. Once again, guys, just an announcement. All those 6 bucks, if they're not in a group class, in the pair class, need to assemble in the back in the turn loose for testing. All 6 bucks. Once we get some pictures, the last class of the day will be senior pairs. Senior pairs need to be assembling in the makeup area. 5:45. Right now, the estimate for the start of the awards banquet is 5:45. The estimate for start time is 5:45. Your national champion senior pair goes to Maddie and Trevor Clemens. And your reserve national champion senior pair, Locust Haven Farms. Congratulations, guys.
attention to the show ring. We will be starting the Junior Awards Banquet at 5:45. If you participated in all 4 contests and got a score, we will be including you in the Unlock-A-Lock, so you no longer need those orange tickets. We have everybody's name. As long as you had a score in all 4 contests, you will already be in the running for the Unlock-A-Lock. We will be drawing that during the awards banquet, which happens at 5:45.